Finally, time to relax. Annie had a technical issue, so we couldn't do the 10 to 11 show, so I'm doing a replay for her right now. It happens. She had an issue with her computer. So Jeff went solo from 9 to 10. She had a guest who was scheduled for next week. Things happen. So that's why I'm here an hour earlier as I set up. I'm surprised I'm still awake after the day I've had. Seriously. Okay. YouTube. And tomorrow's going to be nuts too. I have a pre-record at 11 o'clock in the morning. And then the neighbor's coming that owns the house next door, and we're going shopping for paint and all kinds of supplies so I could start working on that job next door. Because they should be out by Monday. So a lot going on. And I want to get right to it. I want to get right to it. No hesitation. Now Monday I've got a very important pre-record. Very important. I'm gonna go get a piece of chicken. And I gotta give the stations to Chanel, but even if they're out of there, they might be leaving Monday, so the house might not be ready till Tuesday, which is okay. I can't do nothing Wednesday because I have to cook like all day. Thursday's Thanksgiving. Friday, I'm going over there. And I'm gonna bust and start painting that place. Now, I gotta get that place done by the first week of December so he can start bringing people over to look at the place to rent it out by the new year. So I'm on a clock. So I've got to get that done. And there's a lot to get done. I'll be right back. All right. Oh. Did you do it? Did you do it? Oh, you covered the chicken? Good. I'm not going to eat. I'll get bloated. I know I'll take a piece and I won't be able to finish it. I know it. It's best I don't eat. I do want to see. I haven't weighed myself and I haven't bike ridden all week. Oh, I don't like that. That better not be right. Let it clear. I see I'm 177 now. It's from not by riding bicycle. 177. I don't like that. I was 175. But then again, I ate a little while ago. 177. Don't like that. Hey, it's better than 236. But I don't want to see the number go up. I'll do something riding the bike here. I'm just too busy these last few days. But I need to get back on that bike. Even if it's the exercise bike, but I got to do something. Now 2 pounds, I'm not going to sweat it. I don't want to be going up. I want to come down. So that does not make me feel good at all. 177 is not bad. But that's not the kind of trend I want to do, is go upward. I don't know how, but then like I said, I ate at 7:30 while the bishop was on the air. I had one piece of chicken breast with a little bit of potato salad. And I have yet to use a certain room. Too much information. So, probably gain a pound. If anything. And I've been drinking a lot of fluids too, so. Juice. Gotta slow down on the orange juice too. Because I like orange juice. And I'm not drinking coffee because I don't feel like being wired. I would love either some Earl Grey tea or regular tea with lemon. Black tea with lemon. But I'm not making it. I'm too lazy. I'm tired. I went nuts today. It looks really nice though. It looks... That was a lot. That was a lot. So I got the cables. They'll be here Sunday to do what I want to do. But it's going to be nice because I haven't connected the TV to a stereo system. It's going to be connected. It already is connected to the PA system now. But the way I'm going to do it, separate channels, 2 channels, left, right, it's going to be better. So I ordered that cable. It's a stereo splitter into mono. Because I'm going to use 2 channels. It has 8 channels. To control each volume for each side, each level. Which is good. Because that'll be true stereo. And then I ordered another 3.5 millimeter cable, male to male. So I have that length. And then I ordered a 3.5 stereo to a 1/4 inch stereo so that I could use the dongle on my phone and have the phone go, instead of using Bluetooth, have it go straight into the board over there, which should sound better than using Bluetooth. A direct is always better than Bluetooth. So that cord doesn't come till Tuesday. So I still have a lot of testing to do with this system that I set up. But so far, so good. And the room looks it just looks bigger. I don't know, it just looks better. The way I redid everything. It really looks good. I don't know why this hockey's on, because I gotta shut the TV. But it really looks nice. It really does. Let me shut the TV. I didn't even eat all the potato salad. I'm not gonna. Alexa, make an announcement.
What's the announcement?
Mom, I know you're tired, but can you make me a cup of tea with lemon? If you can.
Announcing.
Oh shit, I stepped on something. Mom, I know you're tired, but can you make me a cup of tea with lemon? It ain't gonna happen. It is not going to happen. It's a nice aurora activity. This is Greenland. It's nice. So I'm not staying on Facebook. I am not staying on YouTube. We'll be on Rumble and Twitch and Kick, and Trovo, but we're not staying on YouTube and Facebook because I am not sitting here. I'm too tired. I just want to relax, listen to music, and just chill out. That was 4 hours of doing this stuff around this house today. That was a killer. There was such a wreck. What a mess. And then the cleaning on top of it, which killed me. Which I had to clean everything. As I'm taking stuff out, I'm cleaning it. I'm cleaning the walls, spider webs, dust. It was just an utter pain in the you-know-what. But it looks really nice. Like I said, the room looks bigger. This is a 35 by 35 foot room. It's a pretty big room. You may not look it. It is a big room. So, and it's cluttered. But it looks much better overall. Everything I've done. So I'm happy. Everything worked out. Now, like I said, Keith, earlier, I bought a subwoofer from Keith, and I'm gonna connect that eventually to this system. So it's not over yet. I may even do some other stuff, addition to it. Because I can put, I don't want to go nuts, but I can put more speakers. There's no room for it, but it has that option with that big board. Outputs for more speakers. You can attach speakers. It's crazy. But I don't know how much I want to do with that. I think it's good just the way it is. And it is definitely loud enough just the way it is. Surprisingly, I have a 2,000 watt amp that I bought separately for this drum set. That thing is so loud. That actually works as a subwoofer. I can easily plug that in. You don't even know how loud this is. It's sick loud. But it's made for the drum set. Instead of inputting it into the mixer board, it would be plugged into that amplifier, and you would hear the drums through that. If I was playing with somebody here, like guitar and singing and all that, obviously I would plug it into the amp so you could hear me drumming while they're playing guitars or whatever. So it works. So all in all, good. Oh shit, I screwed up. Oh, Joe, you're watching? What's up, Joe? Happy Thanksgiving. I see that. Okay. No crazy messages. You know what I did on my phone? Any unknown numbers, I have them automatically, they dial out and then they get blocked. I can't stand that. I won't answer a number I don't know. Now I set it up on this phone, this S24 Ultra, that it'll ring out and then it'll get blocked. So I don't even have to worry about it now. I don't answer unknown numbers. So I just got fed up with it and I just set it up so I could block it. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something with the phone. Oh yeah. Okay, good. We're clear. So it's a beautiful night. The moon is not an issue right now. It looks beautiful. There's some aurora activity. This is an airport in Greenland. That's what we're looking at right now. But it's nice. It's a thing what I can do, I was just thinking about that. I can take my guitar pedal and plug it in to that PA system. Not tonight, but that's something to test it with. Definite. I can even run the drum set to it. Why would I do that when I have the amp? I spent a lot of money on that little drum amp. I have a guitar amp right here. that weighs 80 something pounds. My foot is on it. It's a stage amp. So I've got the little toys for this stuff. I can definitely have a jam session in this house. I've got stands for microphones. I got so much XLR cables. I don't even know what to do with them all. So I have everything to jam except for a bass amp and a bass guitar, which is on my list. So I can do my own music, write the guitar parts, bass parts, drum parts. I got a keyboard. Write my own music completely. The hell with Suno. I can write my own. I can't sing, but I definitely could write. What's up, C? It works great. The TV, but I got a special cable coming for the TV. It sounds great. I'm really happy with it. Since I don't watch TV, hardly, but when I start watching my series again, that cable doesn't come till Sunday though. I cannot wait to sit there and like watch a movie or something with this hooked up now. And the lasers worked today. Everything was working. So this is definitely ready for New Year's Eve. There's no question I'm ready for New Year's Eve. For sure. Just like that, the Aurora went poof. There's little signs of it, but it goes. It comes and goes. But I'm really happy with it. That was a lot of work today. She's not making me my tea. Oh, look at that shooter. See the camera. That looked cool though. No, that was not a UFO. How do you know? It was. I don't. It looks like a meteor. It looked pretty cool though. This camera has, you could tell, connectivity issues. I mean, it's in Greenland. It's not just simply just flowing, it's slow. It's not like my camera outside. It's like real time. This one has a lapse. Still look nice to see that. The Aurora's trying to come back a little bit now. But yeah, I just like the way it looks neater and clean now, the setup. Not those big speakers like piled on top of each other. And it just looks neater now. It looks nicer the way it looks now. Let me close some of these windows. We don't need YouTube window. Or this one, or that one. So yeah, if the work paid off today. It looks better. It's funny though because I still have a pile of stuff. There's no eliminating it. There's still piles of stuff. It doesn't. This would take up half a shed. A small shed. There's a lot of stuff right here. I mean, theoretically. Oh, there's another one. Theoretically, I can definitely run a line and put baseboard heating and build a shed with baseboard heating. I can definitely do it. But do you think I want to build something like that? And then go through the town with the codes and they inspect it? Hell no. Heck no. I could do it though. I did the pool with a line, electric line. It's not that hard. You just got to run it to wherever your panel is. You have to know what you're doing. You have to put a breaker. Now I have a brand new panel I put in. It is not even a half a year old. It's brand new. It would be so easy to attach a line to it, to a breaker. Then I have to run it through the proper piping underground around the side of the house, trenched underground. I forgot what the code was, 2 feet, something like that. And then have it come up inside the shed as an outlet, or run electric baseboard heating in the perimeter of a shed. But I would definitely want to run a switch to that so I could turn it on and off, but I can build it. I can modify a shed like the one I did in the backyard. Because you have the shed, you have to put it, I had to build a plywood, pressure treated plywood floor. I had it lifted off the ground on studs, pressure treated, so that the water would never make direct contact with it. And then I put gravel stone in there so the water could just run right through underneath the shed. So the shed is actually elevated off the ground, so it never hits water like that. And the guy, the inspector came, he goes, "You went nuts. You went above and beyond building this thing." I said, "Yep, I sure did." He was like impressed how I built it. So, but I don't, my next big project is, like I mentioned a few days ago, I have a permanent gazebo in my shed. I'm putting the permanent gazebo this spring in my backyard, even if I have to do it by myself. It's going up. It's going up this year. That's going to be a big project. But that's my only project, because I did the house already outside. The whole house has been redone outside. Completely. Everything. So the house has been remodeled this year. Everything, roof included. So that would be my only major job next year, is building that permanent gazebo. Now, would it be easier with 2 people? Of course. But that won't stop me. Never. Nothing stops me like that. Because I'll do it. I'll get it done. So that's, and it's a nice one too. I tried to look the other day. I know I bought it on Walmart. I know I did. I would have to go to the garage and look at the box. Purchase history. Imagine me trying to do a purchase history. Okay, did I buy it in 2022 or 2023? Let's find out. Can you imagine what's gonna come up in here? Oops. In 1 year's worth. It's gonna be scary. I'm looking now. Oh, the cat house. I'm looking at 2022. That's how long it might have been in my shed. In my garage, I mean. And it's taking up so much space. I'm in September. No. August. I would have bought it in the spring, thinking I was going to put it up for the year. That's funny, with a suitcase I bought for Roswell. What is that? Oh, the weights. Ha! My weight set. No? Oh shit, the thing for outside. April. See, now this is scary. There's stuff showing, but it's not showing the items. Okay, January 2022. I don't think I did it. Okay, by date. Could be last year. Let's see. I want to look at it because I want to see the model. It would be way early. Amazon, one of the cables shipped. Looks like I ordered a lot of shit in 2023 from Walmart. A lot. I'm only in August. I'm clicking on a bunch of pages. Wow. Huh, my chair that I'm sitting on. I couldn't have had this for 3 years in my shed. In my garage, I mean. There's no way. There's the drum set. I bought it on Walmart. Now this cannot be, because I bought this shed a long time. I mean the thing before that. There it is. I found it. $800 I paid. They don't have it anymore. Out of stock. They don't even have it anymore. This is what I bought last March, right there. 10 by 10. They don't even have it anymore. Not available anyway. So I better hope that nothing's broken in those boxes. I'll tell you that right now. That would suck. So that's what I gotta build next year. Detachable curtain. Interesting. That'll get screwed right into the deck. Assembly guide rails. So obviously the frame first. That doesn't look too complicated, to be honest. At all. Yeah, I should be able to handle that by myself. It doesn't look too complicated. That's going up. That is definitely going up in the spring. But you can't even find it now. Which is not good, to be honest. I would have to look up that model when I take the manual out and look for spare parts for it. That's bad. It's 50 there. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 36 degrees Fahrenheit.
36.
Tonight, expect a low of 33 degrees.
Alexa, what's the weather for tomorrow?
Look for showers, with a high of 49 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 40
It's
degrees.
gonna be near 50 tomorrow. There's not much snow. I mean, it melted a lot today, but tomorrow it'll be gone. It was slush. It was a mess. Main door is offline. Why is that? Is it dead? It might be dead. That sucks. It was working earlier, so it probably went dead. I gotta charge it. It's almost all melted. Why is there a footprint in my backyard? Or is that? I didn't go in the backyard. That looks like footprints. Maybe Mom. So this is what it looks like right now. In one camera front door. So look how much melted. A lot of it melted. So by tomorrow, that'll be gone. So that's good. I didn't even have to shovel. I didn't have to do nothing. Jesus Christ! What's going on? I'm live streaming. Let me mute. This is a very important call. They're going to call me back. He says you're going to want to mute. That is a very interesting call, a good one too. Very productive call. Business. Oh shit, it's coming tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna have to check Amazon. We're gonna have to check Amazon. I may be getting the cable sooner than I thought. It's early yet. The one is coming tomorrow. The other one's coming Sunday. The other one's coming Tuesday. What the hell did I order? Oh, that's different cable. That's if I needed longer length. That's still good to have. That's not what I was thinking is coming. That's still good. 50-foot, quarter-inch splitter. It's excellent, actually. 2 of them. But I don't need that. That's if I was going to run the speakers farther apart. That's not what I thought it was going to be. The main stuff comes Tuesday and Sunday. I forgot I ordered that. That's no biggie. What's going on in here now, Kevin? No, that was an important call you guys couldn't hear. You ordered Amazon US from Canada and it actually showed up across the border into Canada. That's cool. I don't see why not. But they have Amazon, and Caesar used to work for Amazon. He used to be a driver. They're everywhere. They have these monstrous facilities everywhere, all over the place now. A lot of the time, I'll get my stuff early the next morning. I can even do same day, because they've got these massive, massive warehouses locally. Big, monstrous plants where you get your stuff from. He's listening to Rush. Anything can happen. So, like, the paint spray, I got it the next morning by 5 o'clock in the morning. I was like, holy, and I ordered it that night, and it came early the next morning. It was here. I was like, holy. He said, yup. He's listening to Rush. Hold Your Fire. He's listening to Hold Your Fire. HYF. That's funny. So pretty much everything comes from local. Sometimes it comes from somewhere where it's not available here. Yeah, screw that. We can pretty much get everything from right here. Have you ever seen these places? These Amazon buildings? They're massive. They're huge. We have a Tesla plant now 10 minutes away. A big Tesla plant. That's new. And like I said, there's a big Amazon plant near Stewart Airport. the Tesla plant is big. So Tesla moved in. Elon has moved into the neighborhood. I don't even think that would show up on Google yet, because it's new. I could try. And it looks cool too. Have you ever seen a Tesla plant? It looks pretty cool. This way and this way, and we can zoom in. I go by that to Pine Bush. 87. It's 300 should be right. That's me. There's 300. That's the lake I go bike riding around. I haven't done it in a while. Chadwick. 7 minutes from my house. I love riding around that lake. Okay, Tesla should be right down here, right across from, see, it's not there. Tesla took up this whole thing. This whole piece is Tesla. He took this whole piece. You could see they were grazing it and getting it ready, but it's not here yet. Oh, it says it though now on the map, but there's no building. Tesla Distribution Center. I wonder if we went down to the map, if it looks different. They put a light here. Let's see. It might. Oh no.
Ew,
Nope. What?
there's no lemon here.
In the bottom?
Yeah,
There's no lemons?
no,
Come on.
I don't see any. Let me look again.
Tesla took this whole piece of property. It's huge. So Google is old. Google is really old. You can see the road. That's funny that it says Tesla, but it's not there. Tesla Distribution Center. It is, look how big it is. I mean, just on that, you could see how big the place is. It's humongous. And then, Amazon is along 87. Amazon is near the airport. It's huge. Okay, there's 87. Forget it. I don't want it. No big deal. Okay, like I said, no biggie. I ain't gonna stress it. There's the Hudson. We're looking at this the wrong way. Yeah, it's no big deal. Here's the airport. Amazon is not far away. It won't even maybe be here. The Amazon plant is big. And I'm not seeing it. It's right near the airport. It's not even here. They didn't build it yet. on this map. I don't know if that's New Windsor. Amazon, New Windsor, New York. I don't know.
You want me to make
Oh, there
a
it is.
tea on me?
What?
You want me to make a tea?
Let me see if there's any lemon juice. This looks small on the map, but it's big. It is a big plant. Let me look. Let me see if there's lemons. I could have sworn there's lemons. That's unbelievable if there's none.
Do it, Billy, because I don't have the strength.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. Where's my cup?
I haven't done the, I haven't used the, for the coffee.
Oh, okay. Hold on, excuse me. Let me get a knife. Cut the lemon. Open this. Fill that up with real water. Bottled water, here.
That's what I want to do, Billy.
Here.
That's what I'm doing, Billy.
Here.
I got another one there. Put it in the back.
No, I won't do that. Squeeze the lemon juice out. Fast.
Or you get them.
Look, you're gonna make tea with this. Put another bottle of water.
I want to extract it.
And then you can do what you got. This is the black tea. Where are the tea bags? Where the fuck are the tea bags?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know.
Here's a brand new box. Oi! Oh. Good. Slice out of the lemon and put it in. No, I got the tea. Put that back. Put one sugar. Just one. Slice your lemon. Put it in. I told you there was lemons. Told you. If you look for them, you'll find them. Anyway, so yeah, there's a big Amazon. So a lot of our stuff comes locally from this plant. Believe me, that is a monster place. Monster. And they're all over the place. They're all over the place. So usually we get our stuff definitely in the next day. Most stuff is like you get it the next day. See, now these wires, I'm surprised they're not coming tomorrow. One of them is.
You got your lemon?
What do you mean, do I have my lemon? I squeezed the lemon juice in the water with the tea bags. Slice yours and throw your slices in that water. Then leave it alone. Let it make in the kettle.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. What's going on in here now? Oh, Dagger. What's up? Ooh. Oh, see, now you got me thinking. I haven't had banana cake in a long time. I like, even more, I haven't had carrot cake in a long time. Oh, that's so good. With the cream cheese frosting, that is good. Too bad I'm not going to no store at this time of night. Hell no. Actually, there is another thing we need to look at. Fantasy's favorite. Would you like to guess? Oh, right here. Doesn't look good, the weather. No good. Weather's bad. Subaru telescope. Hawaii. Wow, that's crazy. That's the best camera right now. There's nothing else going on. Horrid looking. The other ones look terrible. Let's see for this one. Ugh, even worse. The Canada stream looks terrible. There's 11 people watching. How is there 11 people watching a cloudy? I don't get it. Really bad. There is a song I want to hear, but I'll get nailed on YouTube. It's a Christmas song. It is. But it snowed here, so it's like... I love the music. I don't have to do it that way. I could just do it this way. Could we get hit with this? Let's let this ad go. How come I don't hear anything? I love Canon. I love Canon. Love Canon. But the Trans-Siberian Orchestra version, I love it. See, but mine is different. I couldn't care less if 1 or 100 are watching. So there's no comparison. It's apples and oranges. Gotta... That version sounds like crap. not even Thanksgiving. I love Christmas. It's my favorite. Look at screen locked up. I wonder if they got the Christmas village up yet. It is live. I love it. Live. Santa Claus Village. -7. I love it. I love it. I think it's time to get off of YouTube. That's what I think it is. It's time to get off of YouTube. What's going on in chat now? You know what? They don't do that no more. They don't do that no more, Kevin. The Black Fridays, like you're saying, they don't do that no more. Now they do Black Friday like for a week to avoid all that craziness that used to happen. That doesn't happen anymore. I mean, it's very rare. Now they just have Black Friday sales going on all week where people don't have to go insane attacking each other. They stopped that. It's not like it used to be. They make that shit available all week in a lot of places. That used to be a thing. Not so much now. I mean, I think Walmart is doing their Black Friday already. I'm pretty sure. Which is the smart move. To avoid all that insanity. Yeah, Black Friday deals start actually Monday. This is what they do now. That stopped years ago. Black Friday deals start November 25th to December 1st. You don't have to go through that anymore. It's not like it used to be, when people would line up in front of a Walmart. That's probably one of the reasons. Now a lot of places do it like this now. It's a week thing, as I mentioned. Right now on Amazon, it's Black Friday for a week or more. I got stuff today for Black Friday deals. So it's already started. The 25th officially starts at noon. So, no more. Because of that craziness that used to go on. Especially at Walmart's. So, thank God. Same goes for Amazon. Amazon don't do that no more. The one day, it's all week. And then there's Cyber Monday. The Cyber Monday thing, even. I bought my stuff today for Black Friday. It's already going on.
Hungry Billy again. That was driving me insane.
What? So already, this is Black Friday deals 2024 on Amazon. They already got the Black Friday stuff. It starts early now. Plus, it's good for the businesses. It's good for the consumers. It's good for the businesses because
Yeah.
that's what it's all about. Money. What?
That thing looks good.
I need it.
It looks good.
Actually, I'm gonna look at some of this stuff. How much they want? 15% off of that. Figures. Oh shit, there's the radio I bought. Right here. Similar. That's not bad. I don't need TVs, but wow, 40% off the Ring doorbells. My neighbor wants one. The Blinks, I have 8 of those. I bought the goggles. See, I already bought that. That's why it's showing up. There's nothing there I need. But yeah, the Black Friday deals. I have 200 and something batteries. I bought 250 batteries in one shot. I use them. Weighs a ton too. They got a lot of stuff. Ooh. I have one, but it's 21% off right now. Mine is bigger than that. That's no bargain. There's not really nothing here that I see as bargain. Black Friday, the day of Black Friday, Cyber Monday will be nuts. That's cheap. Yeah, so the Black Friday deals are already going on in a lot of places.
Billy,
Yes, Mom.
Tycho thinks I'm bringing you the tea.
Huh?
I'm bringing you the tea. Tycho's waiting for his food. And as soon as he saw me coming over here, he came right here.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I know, Taquito. You're gonna eat.
He doesn't want you coming this way.
Yeah, Billy.
That's what it is.
No, he's hungry.
Caracas! Caracas! The baby's hungry, Nano.
Watch his
Is
house.
the baby hungry, Caracas?
Yeah.
You see my Nano's Caracas. Be baby.
He wants his hot dog.
You are my baby. You know that? You are the baby. My baby. It's the Caracas. It's the babies. It's Nano's.
The spoiled one. Anyway, I don't know if I want to hear music though. think I want to play a game, but that. Oh, that tea is good. Tea came out good. Oh yeah. I gotta buy honey. I forgot to buy honey. Oh, that tastes so good. There's nothing like fresh lemons. Lemon juice sucks. You know? There's nothing like fresh lemons. I hate that lemon juice. It's good for certain things, but for like tea, you can't use lemon juice. You got to use the real deal. Do you feel how big the living room feels bigger now? Ma? Right? It's just more spacious. Look at it. It just looks better.
What you want?
I'm convincing Mom.
What you want? What you want? You wanna eat
It
the
does look
hot
better
dogs?
though. No, he weighs 34 pounds, Tycho.
Are you hungry, Taquito? He's mad at me. You know
He's not a
what?
husky. He's a pomsky.
No, he's half husky and pomsky.
He's a pomsky. Half husky, half Pomeranian.
Or Pomeranian, yeah. Budinarito.
He's like a miniature husky.
He's a beauty.
He is a beauty.
And smart. Forget
Very
it.
smart.
Very, very smart.
The vegetables! The vegetables! I don't want to bother him.
Tell Billy, don't make fun of me, Billy.
The vegetables.
Oh, that's the baby.
The vegetables. Oh
Little
boy.
baby, sweetheart. Give me a kiss. Give mommy a kiss. Come here. You know that there was a guy that was beating up two dogs. If I would have been there, I would have taken. I don't care if I go to jail. I would have break his legs.
That's horrible.
Beating up two little beautiful little dogs. That motherfucker.
Because watch your language. I'm live.
I'm sorry. I would have beat the shit out of him. What do you know?
Mom's getting a little excited now.
Yeah, because there's people that like to hurt animals, and if they are like that, they should be put in a cage and beat the shit out of them.
Hi, Candace. I know. So am I. I mean, how can you do that? I mean, we got the cats in the houses in the front of the house right now. They're both in the houses right now, and one of the houses is like an extra bedroom. It has another compartment.
And
It's
heated.
and heated. They're both heated.
Hate for them. How dare you? I don't know. What?
Happy Thanksgiving if I don't see you. I mean, let me see. They're definitely in the house. Ziz.
Who?
The cats.
Blackie.
The other one's in there. She stays behind the wall.
Oh, Brownie goes there too?
Yeah.
Because I see Blackie there all the time.
Oh, there. She's in there. She's definitely in there. So, there's one there, and it has an extra compartment. Then there's another one here. You can't see it right there. And they're elevated. I put them on a, what do you call those? Oh my God. A pallet. A wood pallet. So they stay off the ground. They don't get wet. So they're elevated.
Yes, Tycho, I know. I know you're going
So they love those heated houses. I mean, of course they would.
What?
Love those heated houses.
Oh, sure.
You know what we got to do though, right? I forgot to do it.
Uh-huh.
We got to wrap that up with the tarp. Protect it.
What?
That gazebo. We have to wrap it.
I told you that.
I gotta do that. I can't do it tomorrow.
I saw it like next to the garage, I think it was.
I'm gonna do it Monday.
We gotta do it.
I've got the tarps in the garage. I know exactly where they are, and I got the
Good.
rope in this thing
Yeah,
here.
man. We have to.
I forgot. I gotta do that to protect them from the snow and the wind and all that.
Yeah.
They're spoiled.
They're not spoiled, they're being loved.
So the cats are taken care of. The ferals. They got heated houses.
And a house. You know what?
But I gotta wrap it with a tarp and leave a little space underneath so they can get in. I have to protect that for
yeah,
the winter.
But you know what, Billy?
I forgot to do that.
Bill,
What?
in the summer. Come on, let's make them a big house, you and me. We could do it.
I could easily build a house, and I've got
Yeah.
the extra shingles to do it.
Yeah, let's build them a big house.
Oh, you saw the show with Stephen Bassett and Annie and me? Wasn't that good? And you see, I ask those questions. I don't hold back. I ask those questions. I challenge, but it's not a challenge like to start. It's a very important question. Oh, not Annie's. It was the other one with Toby and I. Yeah, that was good too. Okay, it was the other one. Yeah, that was good too. That we did that last week with Steven. And we were breaking, you don't know. There was stuff breaking that day in real time before the show started that we couldn't bring up on the air. But if Steve would have got the phone call during the show and gotten permission to talk about it, because I tipped him off on something, and he called the person. But the person didn't call back during the show. And I found out from someone else that had already spoke to him, who we're doing a recording with on Monday, and it'll air Tuesday on the MUFON show. And I would love to be a part of that one. And I can go on any show I want to if I really, like said, I would love to be co-host with you, guest co-host on this. I could do that. None of them would complain if I asked to do that. Not one of them. Like today, I jumped on with Jeff at the end of the show. I just popped on. But he did ask, Bill, if you want to come on. Oh, no. Skunk is the worst. The skunk. Oh, I got pissed. You didn't know me then. See. I got pissed on by a tiger. That wasn't pleasant. When I worked in the zoo, Bronx Zoo. That's a true story. I actually got pissed on by a tiger. Can you believe that? So if you think cat piss, try getting pissed on by a tiger. And that is a true story. The park was closed, and I was on my bicycle. I was 16. And I went to, all the places where the animals, there's nobody in the park. I can go look at all the animals. So the tiger is behind a cage, a gated mesh. And it turns away from me, and I swear, it pissed backwards. It pissed backwards and sprayed me, because I was right next to it. Sprayed me on my clothing and everything. Do you know, I had to ride my bike home covered in tiger piss. That is a true story. I had to throw the uniform out, the Bronx Zoo uniform out. I couldn't get it out. I told him. You're not gonna believe this, but my uniform got damaged. How? Oh, I was leaving the park and a tiger pissed on me. What? Yes. This was, oh my God. And the Bronx Zoo uniforms back then were so ugly. Ugly. It was brown denim pants. You had to buy brown pants, and the shirt was like a beige color. It was the ugliest combination. I'll never forget it. So brown, like Levi's, brown, and then I had to buy the brown leather shoes. I was like, this is not me. I can't dress like this. And it was like a polo shirt. It was like a polo shirt. No. And then it had Bronx Zoo on it. And then, I always tell you about this story. There was a thunderstorm. And we're all hanging out at like the snack bar area. And we're sitting opposite of the elephant's area, the pen. The elephant is outside in the thunderstorm. Lightning hit the elephant and it went boom. And we were like, oh my God. It was struck dead by lightning. Instantly, it got hit by the lightning. And the trainers came out screaming. They were crying. They were freaking out. And we saw it. We were like, I don't know if that was in the 80s. I doubt if there's even an article on that. Could you imagine if there is an article? No. No. This is all about this happy balloon. What the hell is that? There's no articles on it. No. No. No articles on it. But we saw that. We were freaking out. We were like, oh my God. Now, I was there. Look how nice that looks. When the woman got killed by the tiger, and I can't remember what it was called, Wild Asia. I don't remember what they called it back then. I think it was Wild Asia. She let her friend in when she was feeding the tigers. Oh my God, the park. We were all like, and we knew the girl. It was not good. That was a very sad, that has to be an article on that. Tiger kills woman, Bronx Zoo. This was many years ago. 1985. This is it. And it's an old New York Times article. I'll never forget this. 1985, right when I was working there. 2 Siberian tigers at Bronx Zoo kill a keeper. 24. Wild Asia. I was right. Look at that. Wild Asia. It was called Wild Asia back then. That was sad. They had to get all of us together, like trauma. A volunteer who had accompanied her escaped by scaling a fence. I'll never forget that. And look, I found the article for that. 1985, July 30th. That was horrible. And I knew it. I remembered Wild Asia. That's unbelievable. I remembered that. Now, I used to be part of the tour train. It was like a little thing that went around the park so people could sit in it. It was pretty long. And we used to go by Wild Asia. And we would stop. You know, we talked to everybody. Everybody knows each other in the park at that time. It was not as, I don't know what it looks like. I haven't been to the Bronx Zoo in 30 years. So we all kind of knew each other. We worked and hung out. That was bad. It was so sad. It really was. I'll never forget that. But there's some. I don't want to get into the whole UFO thing right now. I'm too tired for that. But things are going to get interesting next year. There's no doubt in my mind we're going to start seeing some different types of witnesses next year. They're lining up. They are lining up. And it's going to be interesting to hear their testimony. This is different. And I can't say that. I'll let other people talk about it. I won't. Because I don't want to steal nobody's thunder. Because it's coming out soon. And I don't want to take away from there. They deserve the credit for bringing it forward. I'm not going to get ahead of it on things they told me. They're the ones that are going to report it. And they deserve to, because they're the ones that are directly involved. It would be stupid. But it's exciting because I received an email with some wild information. And I was like, really? No, I can't say that. No, I'll wait. We'll wait. How can I hint it to tell you when it comes out? That's what I'm trying to do. If others knew about it, they would be writing it on their articles. They would be talking about it on their podcasts. They would jump so fast to put it out there. For real. Not me. I could, but I'm not. But I'll say it like this. There have been interesting people meeting with Congress, people in Congress behind closed doors in recent weeks about cases that involved them directly. That's all I'll say. They're firsthand witnesses meeting behind closed doors right now with Congress and has been going on for weeks now. And you're going to start seeing these people come out in hearings. This is not whistleblower stuff. These are actual people that have firsthand accounts of their experiences, whether military or otherwise. That's how I'll say it. Dead son, how are you doing? Now, when it happens, you'll know who I'm referring to. That's the best way I could put it, as generally as that. And it's coming. Now, the reason they're meeting behind closed doors with Congress is because their reports, their accounts are classified. So Congress is going through their accounts and seeing what they can release in relation to these individuals at a hearing with documents and possibly other stuff. This might have more meat and potatoes. This may not be like a nothing burger like. So I'm glad you're doing great, and the family, hopefully. So this is going to get interesting under the Trump administration. It's not going to happen before that. There was some hope. No. Some people still think it can happen. I say no. It won't happen until the new administration takes office, and then we'll start seeing hearings, unless we're in World War III. Dead son, I don't know if that'll ever happen. I don't think that's going to happen. Not bodies, not biologics. No, I don't see that happening ever. Ever. But there is some interesting stuff out there. Like I said, I'm not going into details. There is something I can, because it's public. This is public. And I've hinted this in the past. It just came public. Tim Burchett says he was told that he had kicked the hornet's nest and that there were lots of people now looking his way. Now, this is a show description that I'm reading on YouTube. But yeah, I said that last year. He definitely touched the hornet's nest. There's no question about that. I heard a noise too. I'm trying to see if they... I'm not gonna say it unless it's public. It's that podcast. This is interesting. Check this out. Burchett wrote President Trump a few days ago. And it's got, I hope it has to do with the whistleblowers too. This is a direct letter from Tim Burchett. Because he's not getting anywhere with people within Congress. I can tell you that right now. The higher up Republicans, his own party, because it's the Republicans in the House, Johnson and a few others, the higher ranking officials are putting a muzzle on this. And McConnell's doing it in the Senate. He's not going to be the leader for long. But it's them. It's not the Democrats. There's bipartisan support for this, but it's the Republicans. There's certain Republicans, high ranking, that is blocking this. Fact. But look what Burchett wrote him. This is the 19th. Dear President Trump, congratulations on your historic re-election and thank you for your continued friendship. As you work to dismantle bureaucracy, cut unnecessary spending, and restructure the federal government, I also encourage you to demand increased transparency from rogue agencies. They don't want to talk. They don't want to give nothing up. In Congress, I have repeatedly called for government transparency. Just last week, I led my colleagues on the House Oversight and Accountability Committee in a hearing where witnesses testified to retaliation by government agencies for reporting the misuse of federal funds to fund potentially harmful, secretive initiatives, such as programs to investigate unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAP. Our nation is nearly $36 trillion in debt, and I'm sick of unelected bureaucrats telling me UAPs don't exist. While the government has spent millions of taxpayers' monies looking into them for decades, this isn't all about finding little green men or flying saucers. It's about forcing federal bureaucracies like the Pentagon to be transparent with the American people. Know that I strongly support your commitment to reducing the size and scope of the federal government, and I will continue my efforts in Congress to hold government bureaucracy accountable to the American people. Now, Trump is on Rogan, and I noticed Trump is more careful now not to speak rash and, how would I say this? Is the word I'm looking for. Off the top of his head, immediately. He's starting to think more before he reacts to something. It's not impulsive. His answers are more controlled. They're not as impulsive as they were. He's thinking before he speaks, especially on sensitive issues. And when he came to this with Rogan, he was thinking, he was really thinking about what the questions that Rogan asked him about it. So he was careful not to say anything. But he kept mentioning the pilots, 3 or 4 pilots that he met, and they said that, Mr. President, with all due respect, what we've seen, we have no explanation for. And he says they make great sons. They're not conspiracy theorists. Trump said this on Rogan. He talks about life on Mars. But people may not realize this. People like this, like Burchett, who got a lot of resistance and a lot of pushback and a lot of heat for doing this, because he was doing the oversight committee looking into the money, the funding, where this money's going to, these SAP programs and these corporations. That's why I've been telling people over and over for the past year about the Department of Energy Act, Atomic Energy Act of 1954, and the SAP programs and the money. Where's the money coming from? Where's it going? because it involves aerospace companies, contractors, former military, Alphabet, who knows, private citizens are investing. Where's the money? Who's invested? Who's involved? Where's the money coming from? And of course, like most politicians, if not all of them, they have money put in their pockets by certain advocacy groups, companies, whatever. Their pockets are lined with money. All of them. Republican, Democrat. Doesn't matter. They're aligned with someone lining their pockets. So it seems like I'm hypothetically summarizing or speculating that we're dealing with some big time, powerful industries, corporations, people, power, money, and they don't want nobody going near this. So this is Burchett's way of going now. Instead of dealing with the people, high-ranking officials in Congress where he's getting nowhere, or the agencies that he's not getting nowhere, he's going right to President Trump. Now, even though he's going to him, other people might say, Mr. President, you can't do this. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's going to be interesting. Because I'm hearing stuff behind the scenes on influences surrounding Trump about this. Oh, there's chatter going on behind the scenes. And I'm not getting into specifics. But this is a little example. Transparency. Oversight. Money. Elon's going to be in on this. Oh, there's going to be some interesting players looking into some of this stuff. You can bet on it. This is a good thing to think about right here. And I've been telling people for quite some time, without being obviously direct. And I know people in chat have said, you know, it's horrible that you tease people and you don't say, what's the sense? Well, I can't. That's the bottom line. I can't. But if you take my hints and when shit happens, you'll say, oh, that's what Bill was talking about. I'm giving you the heads up. I just can't blurt it out and say it straight out because I'll get in trouble. But I'm telling you. And there are a lot of other people in the field that believe that under President Trump, stuff might happen within the first 6 months. They're really optimistic that he's going to say, okay, let's declassify this, you know, let's put it out to the American people. He's already talking, said on Rogan, on day one, I'm going to release, yeah, I looked at the JFK files, but somebody said, Mr. President, don't do it, you know, and I didn't. But this time, I'm going to do it on day one. He said that on Rogan. We'll see. We'll see. But I will say this. If any president, because this conversation comes up every time a new president takes administration, takes office. Could this be the president that comes out and starts disclosing stuff to the American people? The timing is perfect right now to do it. One, because everything's been building up to this moment. Two, who better to do it than President Trump? Whether you like him or don't, who better to do it than him right now at this moment with everything going on? No one. He is the man to do it, in my opinion. Bottom line. It's like everything's set up. Now, a lot of this depends on distractions. When I say distractions, major distractions. like a conflict breaking out. Ukraine, Russia. More than it already is. I do not see. Have you noticed that Iran has not responded at all? They know Trump is coming in. Have you noticed that? It's kind of quiet over there. And all of a sudden now they want negotiations. They know. They know what's coming. One thing, again, whether you like him or not, he's very unpredictable. And though I would be very concerned if you try to call his bluff. That's just my own personal opinion. But there's a lot at stake here. So like I said, could he be the one? Yes. If anybody could be that person to do it, it would be him. I'm telling you, a lot of people in the field feel the same way. And I don't want to say feel, think the same way. And again, this has nothing to do with the politics from a partisan point of view. Because there is a bipartisan effort here, a frustration dealing with the agencies. Trying to get information from them is impossible. That's why they encourage whistleblowers to come forward and offer more protections for whistleblowers, which still isn't enough, because once they put themselves out there, they're attacked, threatened, intimidated. Who the hell wants to come out and face all that? Ruin their lives? They have families. They have loved ones. They're putting them all in peril because of that. You think they want to do that? I mean, that's a lot of self-sacrifice for something like this. Any whistleblower, in any instance, in any case, they're going to be attacked. So it's not easy to get somebody to come forward. But I could tell you this, there are people that are willing to do it. And you're going to see. There are some other cases the thing is, some of these cases, the people involved are retired military and they're getting up there in age. That's the concern. Got to do it soon. Going back to the 60s is another big hint. Oh, they're gonna try to round them up. It's gonna be really difficult to get that information out though, because it's classified. Exactly, Dead Son. They don't want to lose their pension. Pilots, the FAA, they don't want to lose their pension. I remember speaking to a pilot about that years ago. That he had an incident where he's seen something, and he said there was no way I was going to report that. Because I didn't want to jeopardize my job, my pension. Psych evals, all that. They'll ground me. They'll ground me and they're going to send me for a psych eval. But this was years ago. It was like 10 years ago. But I remember him telling me the story. He was a commercial pilot for an airline down south. I remember Dead Son back in the day when we were all at the other network. I ran into a person that I had a conversation with off the record who was part of the Canadian Maritime. And he told me there was a joint exercise between the United States and Canada in the Atlantic. And you know they had the buoys, the sonar buoys to detect. They were on a drill. And they stopped the drill. Orders came in because they picked up something moving fast under the water. This is 10 years ago. And that became their new orders to try to track and triangulate this object underwater. No, it wasn't a sub. No, it wasn't a torpedo. It was a real USO. I'll never forget that story he told me. I lost contact with him, unfortunately, but these are the kinds of things you heard. And he was in the Canadian Maritime. Do you remember that? Do you remember that guy? Did he ever come into the chat to talk about his experience? I don't remember his name. But it was during those times. You were there. I don't know if you remember that conversation. I can tell you another story. A person I spoke to off the record. Remember flight TWA 800? The plane that exploded off of Long Island? Well, one guy said he was coming in on a naval vessel to port by Montauk. And he said he seen a projectile going toward the plane. And he and two other guys were talking about it. When they got off the ship and went back to their houses, they were waiting for them, and they were redeployed far away. They were waiting for him. This is what he told me. To get him out of there. Because they were talking. And the scary part about that whole case is, and it's so frustrating, and you can look it up, there were 2 hearings. In those 2 hearings, there was one in the early 2000s, the second one. Not one witness testimony was used at the hearings. Not one. There was over 100 witness testimony accounts of seeing a projectile going toward that plane. I think it was like 104. And not one of them were admitted into court at those hearings. Not one. Why? How could you discount over 100 witnesses? Look it up. Don't take my word for it. It's documented. It's so bizarre. Now, I know people like to talk about all kinds of conspiracies. That's my conspiracy that bothers me. Flight TWA 800. Because this one, witnesses denied hearing. Let's see if it comes up. Okay, check this out. I'm going to read it from an article. TWA Flight 800 crashed 8 miles south of Long Island, New York, 10 minutes after takeoff from JFK. I never forget this, because I used to go to Montauk all the time. Moments before the crash, witnesses observed a streak of light rise from the ocean surface. These observations initially caused FBI agents to suspect that a missile might have been used against Flight 800. Ultimately, however, federal investigators concluded that the witness mistook the aircraft itself for a missile. What? This conclusion was first released in the form of the CIA animation shown during a widely televised FBI press conference in November of 1997. It showed the forward section of the jetliner break away and the remaining portion perform a steep flaming climb in excess of 3,000 feet. So The front fell off, but the rest of the plane with the engines kept accelerating upward, 3,000 feet, in flames. The animation's narrator stated that this may have looked like a missile attacking an aircraft. While producing the animation, the CIA considered the observations of 244 out of 670 witnesses cataloged in the FBI investigative database. The National Transportation Safety Board planned to discuss these and other witnesses' observations at the first of 2 public hearings on the crash within a month of the animation's broadcast, but the FBI intervened. 5 days before the NTSB hearing, FBI Assistant Director James Kallstrom wrote a letter requesting that all witness testimony and related discussion be banned from the hearing. On the same day, the NTSB Chairman Jim Hall replied with a letter of his own stating that the NTSB would comply with the FBI's request. There would be no release or discussion of witness testimony by any federal agency for more than 3 years after the broadcast of the CIA animation. At the FERO hearing in July 2001, that's the second one, 8 witnesses were given the opportunity to compare their observations with the CIA animation. The account of 2 of the witnesses testified were featured in the CIA animation. The animation contained the vantage points of Dwight Brumley and Mike Wire from a window seat on a nearby aircraft on a bridge, respectively. So one was on another aircraft and one was on a bridge. The CIA alleged that both witnesses saw only a flaming aircraft climb from 13,800 feet to 17,000 feet after a spontaneous explosion caused the airliner to break into 2. Brumley and Wire commented on the animation's portrayal of their testimony. This is what Dwight said. That's totally almost perpendicular to the direction I saw. It doesn't even get close to what I saw. Not even close. Panel member, but Dwight, they're saying this is what you saw. Now surely they must have contacted you to ask you. No, the CIA never contacted me. The FBI never recontacted me. Nobody with any aviation expertise went through it with me to try to really understand, to get down in black and white, a diagram or whatever, what I had seen. Mike Wire commented on the relevant portion. This is what Wire said. What they should show at this time is back behind the houses on the beach. It should have been coming up and across this way, not starting up there in the sky. Panel member. Now, the CIA used you as a key eyewitness in their animation. Surely they must have contacted you to help create this animation. Did the CIA ever contact you? I never knew that the CIA was involved in anything about this case at all. No, they did not contact me at all, or the NTSB for that matter. It goes on and on with these couple of people, and they never, ever took into account all the other witnesses. They just came up with their own explanation, like it or not, take it or leave it, that's it. No contradiction, no other witnesses allowed, nothing. And this goes on and on and on. Oh shit, this is kind of weird. I was talking about the Navy ship before. The 8 witnesses at FERO's hearings come from varying backgrounds and viewed the crash from different vantage points. Dwight Brumley was an active duty Master Chief in the U.S. Navy and watched the tragedy unfold from his seat in a commercial jet 6,000 feet above Flight 800, so it was above, and he's seen it. Susan McConnell was a nurse and watched the crash from her back porch. Mike Wire, a Vietnam veteran, was working on a bridge. Bill Gallagher saw the crash from his commercial fishing vessel. Daryl Miron is a carpenter and website producer who was walking on the beach with his wife. Major Mayer was hovering at 200 feet in a Black Hawk helicopter. Lisa Perry was vacationing near the beach on Davis Island. Roland Penny was on a dock. These individuals were miles apart and did not know each other prior to the crash. They are eyewitnesses not by choice, common courtesy to find their role in the official investigations. All disagree with the official crash scenario and none were allowed to testify at either of the hearings on the crash. Period. Now, this one bothers me. This one bothers me. And that doesn't even go into all the other people involved. So many. It's insane. There's actually a documentary on this. You might be able to find it on YouTube. Now, I don't know where the whole list is of all the witnesses, eyewitnesses. I gotta bookmark this page. Okay. Total witness accounts, 458. Streak of light witnesses, 183. Fireball witnesses, 339. Report, here it is, I was wrong. I said 104, it's 102. Reported origin of streak, 102. Originated from surface, 96. Originated in air, 6. So it breaks it down to 102. 96 people said they saw something come from the surface. 96. And then in 2025 more. It's too bad that it doesn't show it all. Origin witnesses provided FBI agents with information regarding the origin of the observed rising streak of light. Witness 9, included within this category, quote, was facing east when he saw a streak of red-orange light come up from the bay or the ocean, headed straight up, or at a slight 1 o'clock angle. Witness 9's account is consistent with the 93% of origin witnesses who also said that the streak rose from the surface. A lot of people. This bothers me. And the families, those families are never going to be in peace. Never. No way. And it's too bad they only have graphs. It's too bad. Okay, I mean, discussion, it says. Rather than openly address eyewitness observations, they never had them. Both the FBI and NTSB on various occasions suppressed the witness evidence. 1, the FBI withheld the accounts of 212 witnesses from the NTSB, from the National Transportation Safety Board, for more than 1 year after the crash. All witness accounts where descriptions of a streak colliding with the aircraft were concealed from the NTSB in this withheld area. Data. At the first public hearing on the crash, the FBI prevailed upon the NTSB to prohibit any discussion of the witness evidence. Official witness sketches that purport to show a surface-launched object caused the crash have never been discussed or addressed in any official report or public hearing. This is unbelievable. Oh, we have witness sketches. Click sketches to enlarge. Look at this. These are actual witness sketches. A projectile coming from the ocean. These are witness sketches. Not they were not admissible. They didn't allow it. People actually created sketches. And yeah, object number one impacted with object number two. I mean, this goes on and on and on. And yeah, there were some people thought it was a UFO that collided with the plane. There was even talk of that. Of course there would be. They have the radar data on that site. They have the radar data. A lot of it was not admissible as far as the witness testimony. I should go back and look at the radar data. So that is the one. Over 100 people seen 102 seen a projectile going up toward it. 102. That's mass hallucination, I guess. From different points of view, different perspectives, different areas, locations. But they all seen something, but from a dock, a boat, a bridge, plane, they all seen something from all different places. I don't know. But that one bothers me. That one really bothers me. Because they didn't allow their testimony. They didn't allow nothing. At the hearings, none of them. You gotta ask why. Why weren't any of those witnesses allowed to testify? From the first hearing, no one was allowed. Why? You would think if it's going to be legitimate, you want to hear what the witnesses have to say, but no, not one. Not in that first hearing. They allowed the others in the second. And they totally disagreed. But they were shut down. Shut down. Shut down. And that plane got dismantled a few years ago. It was in a hangar. It's gone now. Remember when they had in the hangar all the pieces? It was removed like 3-4 years ago? Something like that? It's gone. I gotta see when that happened. 25 years after the crash. 2021. I knew it was 2-3 years ago. Right here. That's it. It's gone. It was removed 3 years ago. So that's that. Another one that they said it got caught in the plane that had taken off before. Does anybody remember the plane that crashed in Queens, taking off from JFK shortly after 9/11? It was going to the Dominican Republic, killed everyone on board. That was unbelievable. People don't remember that plane crash. They think of 9/11, but a few months later, there was another one. I was in the city. I was like, oh my God, another plane? Exactly, Dusty. Exactly. That's another one. It got caught in, I forgot what they said, in the wind. I forgot what they called it. The jet wash of the plane that had taken off before. Something like that. And it went down. That was horrible. It was heading toward Dominican Republic. I remember that. I gotta see. It might have been in the same year, 2001 plane crash, Queens, New York. I'll never forget that one. There it is, flight 587. It was November, 2 months later. 2 months later, an American in Queens. The second deadliest crash in U.S. aviation history. The in-flight separation of the vertical stabilizer led to the fatal spiral and the crash of it. Crashed shortly after takeoff. It taxied behind a Japan Airlines Boeing. Then the Japanese one took off. See, wake from the turbulence from the preceding aircraft. During its left turn, the aircraft suffered a minor jolt, supposedly due to wake turbulence from the preceding aircraft. Pilot quickly moved the aircraft rudder from left to right to multiple times to correct the turbulence. The rapid and successive yaw moments, combined with pitching moments due to the climb and roll moments due to the bank angle, caused high forces on the vertical stabilizer. And it crashed in Queens. It was horrific. I never forget that. That must have been the most horrible feeling. So I remember that, right? Two months after 9/11, almost to the day. That plane crashed in Queens, killing everyone on board. It was heading to the Dominican Republic. I remember seeing it on the news because I was living in the Bronx at the time. So on top of what was going on, the aftermath of 9/11, then we had this happen. And it landed on a neighborhood in Queens. It was insane. Oh my God. But I was on the beach in Montauk when JFK Jr. crashed. And yes, it was foggy. I remember being on the beach and we couldn't believe it. We were on the beach in Montauk and we heard the news that JFK Jr. didn't make it. And we were like, oh my God. And we saw the weather. We were right there. Montauk, he was heading toward Cape Cod, and he's probably going around Long Island, the flight path, to get to Cape Cod. I believe that was the destination. I'll never forget that. In his small private plane. Things like that. I don't know if it was a Cessna. I know it was a small plane. Martha's Vineyard. He was heading to, I was on the beach. I can't believe it. It was 1999. It was Martha's Vineyard. It crashed off of Martha's Vineyard. His Piper Saratoga. And he was going to Martha's Vineyard. They were going to a wedding. His failure to descend over water at night, which was a result of spatial disorientation. Factors in the accidents were haze and the dark night. It was he had a Cessna. I remember he had the Cessna. The Pipe Saratoga was a more complex and powerful plane than his previous plane, a Cessna. I remember the Cessna. I thought it might have been. Oh, so he wasn't by Montauk. He was on the other side following the Sound. He was following Connecticut and Rhode Island coastline. So he was on the other side of Montauk. He was on the Sound side, not the ocean side. He was hugging the coastline of Connecticut and then up to Rhode Island to get to Martha's Vineyard. I remember though, I was in Montauk when that happened. And that's the plane in the background here. The Piper. That was crazy. Because we were all in Montauk and the news spread. That might have been when I seen the UFO on the beach. It might have been that 1999 year. I always say I saw that in 1999. It might have been that year when I saw something over the water. So yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy. We go through some experiences in life. We witness stuff. We experience stuff. Mom can tell you when I skateboarded through weeds, going to get a banana split at a Howard Johnson's where I used to live. And it was high. You couldn't really see the sidewalk. I was skateboarding. I knew the sidewalk was there, but you couldn't hardly see it because the weeds were growing so high on the sides. I hit a bag, and there was a body in the bag. There was a body, a dead body in a bag. I put a dime and called Mom. Mom, I was with my little brother. Police came, it was a big deal. Mom could tell you. I was like 10 years old. My brother was like 7. Can you imagine that? Horrible. I've seen things. Because where I lived was more of an industrial, desolate area at the time. Now it's all developed, but back then it wasn't. And a lot of people would dump stuff. Well, I didn't expect that day, that's for sure. It was horrible. As a little kid, like, what? It's like PTSD when you see something like that. Nightmares forever. I mean, I only think about it as if I bring it up like now. I haven't thought about that in a long time, but it's so long ago. Well, I've seen other stuff. I've seen bank robbers being chased by a police car while standing in front of my house. And they had just robbed a bank on the other side of the creek. Shit. And the cops were chasing them. Boom, boom, boom. My brother and I were waiting for Mom to come out to take us to the doctor. We were off of school. It was a Wednesday. I'll never forget it. And we heard the gunshots. We didn't know. And then, we heard the screeching, saw the police car. It wasn't near us. It was like a service road about like a highway. I could show you exactly where it happened on Google, but it looked totally different back then. Matter of fact, Sal Mineo used to live in the house on the corner. The actor. When he was young. He wasn't there when I moved there, he had already left, but he grew up in the house on the corner, White House. And my brother and I walked up to the car. The police are sitting in their car behind this vehicle. It stopped. There was a big sack of money in the back seat, and both guys in the front were hit in the head from gunshots. We were little kids. We didn't know what the hell. We didn't know better. Oh, the police got involved real quick. Get away from there, you know, like. But we were just curious kids. We didn't know what the hell. We didn't understand that stuff. We didn't know what the hell was going on. We never witnessed anything like that. You know, it was like curiosity. We didn't know. We didn't even understand the gunshots. We never put that together as little kids. We didn't. We just went to see what the big commotion was. Now, I think about it, yes, there were gunshots. Oh, fuck. What was the name of that area that they robbed the bank? That was... Oh, my God. I wonder if that... See, it's hard to find these old articles. I highly doubt I'd find that. Hell no. No way. Never find that. I forgot what bank. See, are you still here? What was the name of that neighborhood? Fuck. I can't think of the neighborhood. If I knew the neighborhood. If I remember the name, I know Rosedale? Was it Rosedale? I spelled that wrong. I think it was Rosedale. See, the articles is too old. It would have to be 1980s. Maybe before that. There's some articles here that are older. I'll never find that. No way. Wow. He must have lived there in the 50s. That's way before I got there. That's before I was born. He lived in that house. I'm trying to see if I can find a photo of it. Oh my God, there it is, Winter Place. That's my old block. And there's the house on the other side. That's my old block. This is Sal Mineo, right at his corner of his house. I lived right down the block, but after he left. Winter Place. I was at 2468 Winter Place. He had the house on the corner. There's got to be a better picture. This shows all his other houses. It's not the one. That might be the only hint of him in that house. And Google, that neighborhood has completely changed. I'm so glad I don't live there anymore. I don't even know how far Google would go back. There's no other pictures. But that's crazy. Actually, Google Earth. You can go in the timeline, but the timelines don't do justice at all. It's like nasty looking. When I would live there, there was one big factory in front of my house, and I used to play stickball and baseball and everything in this big parking lot. And there was woods, there was a creek, it was hardly developed when I lived there. Now it's disgusting. And I'm so glad I don't live in that house anymore. It was fun growing up there, though. That's Throg's Neck. It's over here. This is my old neighborhood. UPS moved in after. This should be UPS. This wasn't here. This was here and the hotel. This was not here. I used to sneak along the water's edge and go play with the trucks. Caterpillar. They left the keys in them. We used to go in there. This was definitely not here. These few houses were here. There's Winter Place. This was here. This from here to here was all woods. All woods. To the high school, Catholic school. This was a big square building with a big parking lot in front of it, and it was right in front of my house. And I used to play all the time in the parking lot against a wall, playing stickball, everything. But the bank robber, it happened right there. The body, this used to be a Howard Johnson's. The drive-in theater used to be on this side. I don't even know what the hell happened here. Oh, the drive-in was over here. Now it's an Amazon. Amazon is freaking everywhere. But let's see if we can do the timeline. Historical imagery. That's not even. It doesn't even go back. 1985, the drive-in should have still been there. Then it became Whitestone Cinema. See? You can't. It won't let you. That sucks. See, that really sucks. The Home Depot wasn't there. That's a lie. Okay, it shows more of the woods at least. And see, this was the factory in front of the house. It was a big square. It's a Target now, but this is old labels. But see how it wasn't developed? See? It was different. And this is not that old. I don't think we can go in there. Maybe. It's going to show the new stuff. Of course it is. This was not in front of my house. My house was right there. This is where I used to live, this house. That's my old house before I moved somewhere else. When I was a kid, I grew up here. Matter of fact, playing ball from a sewer cap, this was home plate. I ran into this telephone pole and was unconscious. They had to carry me into my house. There should be a sewer cap right here. Unless it's gone. The pump, the hydrant should be here. There's the hydrant. The hydrant's still there. Those houses weren't even there. The pump, there has to be a sewer cap here. Unless it's gone. So Sal Mimio's house used to be on this corner. My friend used to live here. He owned all this property and he sold it. His house was this one. And he had a big yard. This was his yard all the way to this house. He had a big pool in the backyard. And then he sold it so they can build that. Then the crazy man used to live next door. An old man. Louis. Louis, that was his name. We used to drive him nuts, me and my brother. Matter of fact, the fence that's in front of this house, which is the same fence, is where I got cut on my leg and arm. And there's a fence along here that I used to stand on, holding the wall, and I fell and I got my leg caught. That fence is still fucking there after all these years. Right in the front of this area here, I found a satanic Bible with black candles when we first moved into the house. Went up into the attic, found kids' toys, thought I hit a gold mine, and then I found something, and I showed my parents, and they were like, they got rid of it immediately. I know what it was now. The sewer is gone. That was home plate. There's got to be another sewer cap here. There it is. That was second base. That sewer cap was second base. Then I had a basketball thing over here at the end of the block. Those hedges were there. It was awesome growing up here. None of these houses were here. None of that. None of those. And now they got a big ass factory in front of their house. That's horrific. But I didn't experience that growing up. How neighborhoods change, huh? Oh shit, it's a one-way now. It was a two-way. Holy shit. Memories. This is memories. This used to be all woods. And we used to go in there to the creek. And we'd hang out by the creek. Right there. It was all woods. That was there. This was here. And this was here. All this was not. It was all woods. This was all woods. And then UPS built this. This was all woods. Then they came in and built that. That should be UPS. Because I remember when they were building that. That should be UPS. Unless they changed. Yep, it's UPS. Still UPS. Now, yep, UPS. One time I was leaving my house and I was walking to my best friend's house at the end of this block on the right. I don't know if that house still exists. And I saw something in the sky and I had missing time as a little kid. I don't remember fucking getting to his house. True story. I had a very weird experience here. His name was David. The house might still be there. That house right there. The last house on the right. It's still there. I used to hang out in that house all the time. That was my friend David's house. His sister's room, there's a stairway that goes straight up. He would be on this side of the house, and his sister would be on this side of the house. Oh man, did we have fun up there. Oh, did we have a lot of fun in that up there. I saved a kid drowning right in that water right there. My friend used to have a house. This is disgusting. There used to be old houses here. Look at this place. It's disgusting. This used to be old houses. It looks like there's still a house there. But I saved a kid's life right here, right in this water. He was drowning, and I dove in and I saved his life right around that area. The same kid that I had a fight with him right here on the street 2 months prior. And he lived in a house like it used to be around here. And I had a fight with him here, and I saved his ass 2 months later in the water here. Crazy. Crazy. We all have stories. I'm sure. It's a lot of memories there. And hanging out at the park. Caesar knows that. Pelham Bay Park. He knows that. Right, see? You know all about the park. Being there at night, getting chased out, seeing the cops coming. We all ran out of there. You remember that, right? At night, the fires. Me with the boombox. Had the music all the time. Are you still here? You remember all that, right? Oh my God. We used to party in the back of the park. Right there. Right here. Right there. So the police horse stables are here. Mounted patrol. Still to this day, it's unbelievable. Matter of fact, with my friends growing up, this is called Diamond 7. We used to play keg ball. Keg on first base, keg on third base. We used to play keg ball here. Barbecue, weekends. See, you still there? Look, remember the rock in the middle here? It's still there. I was there. The rock is somewhere in here. But we used to go and be there at night. This is the jetty, but we used to hang out right here. There's a seawall, big rocks piled, seawall. And we would have the fire against the seawall so the houses over here wouldn't see us. And we would be there all year round, even in the winter. We'd go scramble for wood, find wood, light the fires in the beach at night. and be on bicycles. And then sometimes they try to come back and get us, and we would find a way either out through here, or there was another way to get out through the side, or you can come out through the front. This is where I had my heart attack. Right there. It's where I had my heart attack. Right there. Right there. I had my heart attack right there. 2002. There was a freaking ambulance right here that saved my life. I had just finished bike riding. They put the bike in the ambulance. Can you believe that? It was crazy. Pelham Bay Park. Loved it. I would like to go back just to get the memories. Someday. But yeah, lots of memories. Nuclear Lake is not far from where I go bike riding now. Like, literally, not far at all. He got wasted on that rock and it started raining. Dude, remember when we had to get Jack home when he was wasted? Remember that? Holy shit. Remember that? It's crazy. Remember Dave Ortiz? He passed away like 3-4 years ago. Remember him? He used to hang out with Mike. Remember Dave? He died like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I was like, oh shit. We had a lot of parties back there, boy. Anyway. And it was intimidating at night. They used to do Santeria back there. Remember that? Voodoo. You don't remember? He used to hang out with Mike too. I don't know what ever happened to him. Last I know, he was in another state. I don't know whatever happened to him. But this is like 25 years ago. Nuclear Lake. I'm going back in the spring. Even if I have to go back by myself. And I could definitely take my bike. I could type it in. It'd be easier. Nuclear Lake is a place to go to. It is just got so much weird shit. That's Nuclear Lake. That is Nuclear Lake. And this is the old mining road. You park. See, this is crazy. You can't even go in there. That's weird. But there's a mining road. You park your car like there, and you walk this till you get to here. Big Bigfoot sighting, documented, happened right about there. Big case. Now, where I go by the bike ride, it was beautiful. Whaley Lake. That's to the south. I don't know why it's doing that. There's Whaley Lake. I see the trail, the train. That's the trail. I did that a few weeks ago. It was beautiful. I did that part of the trail. And the trail goes all the way to Hopewell Junction. This is the bike trail. Just follow the train tracks. But it doesn't go, I don't think it goes this way. I think the trail goes somewhere this way from there. Because I end up going over the bridge. It's just crazy how far I ride the bike. Yeah, here's the walkway bridge. This is where I park to go bike riding. Right there. And then I ride my bike. This is where I go. This is the trail. Right here. I'm gonna lose it in a second. Oh, I think it goes up. It goes this way. And up. So I go through all that trail. That's what I do now. All the time. That's my favorite. The bike trail. That's my favorite bike trail. But I'm pretty sure I have that video. Big UFO case. Big in the 80s. Let me go to my videos. That was a great bike ride too, but it was a pain in the... Oh no, I uploaded it. It's not live. It's uploaded. Bike ride. It might be... Yep. This is it. This is the one. Went right by Trump's golf course. This one. You want to talk about being out in the middle of nowhere by yourself? Well, this is one of those. And we are recording. This is one of those. But it was... This is too much. Beautiful. This was a beautiful trail. This was 30 miles round trip. It's gorgeous.
We're gonna keep on going too.
I decided just to, I think I did more than 30. I think I did 35 or 36.
No, 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 no,
What?
no.
I can't hear you. And yeah, there's some high drops. You're up there. I passed a prison. I'm having too much fun, right? I don't know if this is the Whaley Lake one. Yeah, this is Whaley Lake. That's Whaley Lake. That's Whaley Lake. Supposedly, they were on a boat and they saw lights coming down the railroad track. The railroads haven't been used in years. And the UFO went over them. But this is a beautiful area. This isn't too long ago. Look at this lake when I get to the opening. Oh shit, I went too far. Oh, maybe this isn't it. Oh, yes it is. That's Whaley Lake right there. That's Whaley Lake. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. I love it. Big UFO case though, in the 80s there. This was a beautiful trail. but it's just a pain in the ass to get to. Because I have to drive my car to Hopewell Junction. I usually park where I say I always go. That's Hopewell Junction. That's where I usually end my bike ride, not start my bike ride. And then I think I stopped by Trump's golf course. Yeah, I think it was here. That's Trump's golf course, country club. Coming up right here on the right. That's his country club. Right there. President Trump's country club right there. You'll see the flag. I don't think I stopped. That's it right there. You could see the building in the background. I think I moved up a little to see the flag. But that's it. It's the Trump Country Club golf course, something. There's the flag, I just seen it. Right there. There's the complex, the flag is right there. It's really nice. You could see the golf course on the right through the trees. See it? It's really nice. There were people golfing on it too. It was a beautiful day. I think there's a clearing where you can still see. Yeah, over here. There are holes in there. See, it opens up more. See it? That's still the golf course. It's huge. It's beautiful. I think I saw two guys golfing toward the end of this. Then there was like a prison. I passed a prison. I was like, what the? Max, big walls. I was like, what the hell is this? But that's back. That's still the golf course. Like I said, it's big. It's massive. But where's the prison? I couldn't believe it. Like, I passed the prison. I was like, what the Okay, it's more up. I took a little break because I was writing. Where the hell is the prison? I know I'm close. I saw it on the way. Oh, it's close. The fence is there. This is all part of the police. It's a police training compound. K9. It's a huge facility. Huge. Both sides. So this, I couldn't believe there was a car coming to me. I said, what the fuck is a car doing over here? But she must have some permissions to be back there. So I was like, what the hell is a car? I've never seen a car. All this belongs to the police, New York State. They train. They train here. The K9 unit, I think, is on this side. But the prison is coming up. I was like, what the hell? A prison in the middle of nowhere, obviously. And it's a max because it's the ones with the big walls. It's coming up on the right side. It's called Greenhaven, I think. Greenhaven Max. Can only imagine who's in there. Oh shit, I'm still by the road rage. I mean, this is a 2-hour clip. To find the prison would be tough. What road is this? Oh, hell no. We're better off going this way. Ah, the prison's right there. Okay. But I should have seen it on the way back. Look at this. Fucking prison. I was like, what the hell? I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's a prison over there. That's a max. With walls like that. And you know they're in the towers. I was like, no. I just rode by a prison. So you see, sometimes you see, and there are some high, like I was flipping out while I was riding the bike. I was listening to Duran Duran and some other music in my head, on my earbuds, and I was going through these trees, and the way it looked, you cannot tell by looking at the camera, but I'm riding, and there's nobody out there. It's just me, maybe a couple people, bike riders. But then you'll see me look to the right, and the way the sun looked through the trees, and the music was going with it. It was phenomenal. It was like meditation. It was a great experience I was going through at this moment when I was on that bike. It was amazing. I had a moment. It does not look right on the camera, but I'm seeing it. The way the sun is coming, because I'm a little higher, it's just weird. The way the sun was coming through the trees as I'm moving and listening to the music. I can't even tell you what the real effect was like. It was freaking, I was mesmerized. The way it looked. Because this is early in the morning. And it just looked phenomenal. As I'm moving and I see the light of the sun with the way it was going with the music, it was a moment. It really was. I love to ride. I love to be out there. I don't care. By myself, I love it. It's so peaceful. See, I had that thing with the sun going on. You can't hear the music. I can hear it, but I was freaking out. I was like zoning out. But I had to make sure nobody was in front of me because I'm trying to look straight and look at the trees at the same time. And I'm listening to the music and it was just going with it. It was amazing. It really was a moment. That's why I'm staring that way. It's like the sun was, it just, like, I can't explain it. The camera doesn't do it justice. You could see I'm freaking out over it because I keep looking sideways while I'm riding a bike straight, which is not exactly easy at all. So yeah, I love it. I love bike riding. Wow, that's nice. Oh, there's Orion. Okay, here's a question. Shooter. Do any of you think that Elon Musk will release UFO data if he comes across it during any of his Starship launches? He'll have to go through Trump. I've heard that talk too, behind the scenes, with Elon. See, this could get really interesting, depending on his real position, if he takes it in government. Like oversight of funding, budgets. It depends what Elon is doing. But I've heard that. I've actually heard talk of that. Him picking something up on one of his many SpaceX cameras. That conversation has come up. You're not the first to bring that up, Dusty. And I'm not talking about in the chat room. I'm talking about behind the scenes between the people in the community, UFO community. Would Elon do it? It's an interesting question. I don't know. It all depends what Trump wants to do. I really truly believe that. I said it earlier. I think Trump could be the disclosure president. Not like the disclosure that we're going to see alien bodies, but enough to say that this is what's going on, this exists, but not. Like I said, wait till you see the few witnesses coming forward, planned. I already know one for sure. But that's the thing, it's the oversight. But remember, like I was talking this the other day, people say, I don't think so. If he's to be part of this oversight into the funding, then he has to look at himself with SpaceX. So can he be unbiased and conflict of interest looking at other aerospace companies when he himself owns one himself? Can he be objective in that way? Because they're going to bring that up, conflict of interest. How can he judge other aerospace industries when he himself runs one? Some people, I've had this discussion with a few people already. Some people say, it's not a big deal. But it is. It is a big deal. You think he'll confirm they exist, but not that we have. I think it's going to come out more like in 1967, these people were military personnel on a base where supposedly something happened I'm not going to get into specifics because I'm not going to give away anything. And then they're going to try to get the radar data, other things to show that something happened. That they're going to bring direct witnesses that were on those bases when shit happened, and other eyewitnesses to seeing something over the base when it happened. I can tell you that right now. And that's why I put the book away. You really need to read this book. It's the biggest hint that I can tell you. And I'm going to get it. This is a must read. A must read.
Bananas. What are you doing, Dom? Go to bed. Huh? That's up to you. That's up to you, Dum Dum. Tycho's out, laying out. Tycho's out.
Alexa, turn on the living room light.
Okay.
It used to be called Clear Intent. It was written in 1984. It was re-released in 1992 with this name. This covers incidents that happened over military installations, nuclear military sites, missile silos, Minutemen being shut down. This is one hell of a book. And I read something out of here the other day that is exactly what's going on today. And it went to court. A circuit court looked at this case. I gotta get my glasses. This is very important. So there's precedence. There is definite precedence here in a court of law, in a federal court. In a federal court, it's already been decided. And this is going to tell you why you'll never see anything come out. It's happened already. Went to court by another UFO advocacy group many years ago. There are multiple places, Minot, Wordsmith, Loring, Malmstrom. There's a few. Forget about Rendlesham. There's a lot. This book is excellent. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to read a little bit. In a lawsuit of Citizens Against UFO Secrecy versus the NSA, this was in the early 80s, a U.S. District Court reviewed a top-secret 21-page affidavit concerning the National Security Agency's UFO documents. The affidavit was partially declassified and released to us, the advocacy group, on May 18, 1982. Now think about the date. This is over 40 years ago. Although virtually all reports of UFOs have been censored out of the affidavit, with a single exception of a brief reference to a 1973 report, a few interesting comments are left to ponder. I'm not going to read the rest of those stupid little things, the unusual phenomena. A total of 239 UFO documents were discovered by the NSA in their files, with 79 of them originating from other government agencies. These agencies, unnamed, also refused to allow their documents to be released. The NSA documents primarily took the form of either communications intelligence or signal intelligence reports. The period covered by the documents spans 21 years, 58 to 79. Here comes the fun part. After reviewing the arguments, the court declared in its memorandum and order that the release of the documents, quote, could seriously jeopardize the work of the agency and the security of the United States, end quote. That's what the court said. In balancing the public interest in the issue of UFOs against the agency's need for secrecy, the court further determined that, quote, here's the big one, quote, public interest in disclosure is far outweighed by the sensitive nature of the materials and the obvious effect on national security their release may well entail, end quote. That's the bottom line. A court judge said that in a memorandum. This has already had precedence in a court. This is 40 years ago. The public's interest is not important compared to the secrecy and the sensitive nature of this classified materials. That's why we're never going to see it. It's already been decided in a court. We're going to keep reading. This reinforces both the continuous ties of UFOs to our national security and the fact that there is a constant secrecy surrounding UFO documents. These are just documents. We are now certain that the government, after more than 30 years of secrecy, still manages to keep UFO-related information from the public. This is now 70-something years, but think about that. That totally ties into what's going on now. And then it goes into all the different cases at bases, with witness testimony, memos, conversations from these bases. You have to, it's actually, I could just read. Okay, I'm just going to read one more thing and then I'm done. You got to look into this. But it's about the case itself. It's the precedence it sets. It doesn't matter what specific case it is. It's the precedence, the language. Because if that was to go to court today, they're going to use that case as a reference that it says precedence moving forward. That's what they always do. That's what lawyers do. Well, in case they're going to go back and say, well, this is what was decided in U.S. District Judge in a court. He stated this in a memorandum. Because that's the importance of it, is using it for its context. But I'm just going to read a little bit more out of here. The following statement, because there's so much in this book, the following statement on the KC-135 encounter with the UFO was given to the 379th Bomb Wing Historian Staff Sergeant Paul J. Cahill by Captain Taylor in a memo for the record dated January 18, 1979. So here it is. This is the memo that he wrote. We were returning from a refueling mission, and during our first approach into the traffic pattern, RAPCON vectored us to check out a reported UFO in the area of Wordsmith Weapons Storage Area. As I recall, this activity occurred between 10:30 and 11 in the evening around the 1st of November. I remember seeing lights similar to strobe lights, which were flashing irregularly. We followed the lights north out of Lake Huron, and then the UFO swung south, still over the lake, toward the Saginaw Bay area of Michigan. At first, it was difficult to determine whether there were two different objects because of the irregular flashing of the lights. But after observing the lights, we determined that there were, in fact, two objects, and that the irregular flashing appeared to be some sort of signal being passed from one to the other in an effort to maintain the same position. We were able to maintain visual contact most of the time, and I was only able to paint an object on the radar scope for about 10 seconds. I would estimate that our altitude was about 2,000 feet and our speed was approximately 200 knots. Shortly after turning south in pursuit of the UFO, we called approach control and received blanket clearance to follow the UFO at all altitudes and at all vectors. Occasionally, RAPCON would pick up the UFO and help us by giving us vectors to the UFO's position. I would guess that we stayed close to the UFO most of the time, approximately 1 mile away, and each time we attempted to close on the object, it would speed away from us. We followed the UFO down to Saginaw Bay and started across the bay when we lost it because of all the fishing boat lights. At first we thought it had landed on one of the large oil tankers, but later decided that we had been wrong. We continued to search the Bay Area, but we didn't see it, so we changed our headings for Wordsmith. On the way back, we picked the UFO up again at our 8 o'clock position. We turned away, and it proceeded to follow us. Finally, we turned back in the direction of the UFO, and it really took off back in the direction of the Bay Area. I know this might sound crazy, but I would estimate that the UFO sped away from us doing approximately 1,000 knots. We continued in the direction of the bay until RAPCON called us again and said that they were painting a UFO 4 to 5 miles over the coast, traveling in a westerly direction. They vectored us to the position of the UFO and we proceeded, but at that point we were low on fuel and we were forced to return back to Wordsmith. I remember that while our final approach we saw the lights again near the weapons storage area. Following the mission, we discussed the incident, and about a week later, Captain Higgins Botham was questioned by the OSI and cautioned not to discuss the incident. So this happened at a weapons storage facility, Wordsmith. This is just one excerpt from a memo. Testimony. There's so much of that in here. It even breaks it down. It has actually the times. It's incredible in the detail. I mean, I could just open this book. It's crazy. I'm skimming. I mean, like I said, this is just too much to go into. You have to read the book. So I don't like secondhand. There's so much like stuff from testimony. This goes back to the 50s. I'm just like flipping and oh shit, this is interesting. This is really interesting right here. And then I'm going to bed because I'm exhausted. Another 1973 story given to us by former member of Naval Intelligence discusses the recovery of a crashed UFO in the Pacific. And this is going to be a long one because it basically started when I entered the military services, Navy. I was trained as a gunner's mate and instead of being sent to school, as normal recruits would be, I was kept at the Great Lakes Naval Base at a place called the Big Greenhouse, which is their gunner's school. This is located at the Great Lakes Naval Base in Chicago. The reason they kept me there was that my aptitude tests showed me as being somebody reasonably good and intelligent. I had a very high-ranking score on the intelligence test and the mechanical aptitude test. They wanted to keep me around as an instructor. The theory was that a recruit who is also an instructor could help other recruits become better gunner mates. While I was there, I went through boot camp for 3 months. I had to hold over for about 2 weeks in boot camp due to my eyes. I had to wait for a special medical commission to go on through, which I received. 3 months after I went into the Navy, I was out of boot camp and I started taking courses at the greenhouse. 6 months later, which puts me in the service 9 months, Naval Intelligence approached me to go work for them as a normal gunner's mate, but to be aware of the things that go on around me and to report any sort of questionable activity that I had seen. I was given a AAA security clearance at that time and was told that if I kept my nose clean for a period of 1.5 years, that I would be sent overseas and given a 555A class security clearance. Now I was sequestered one night for guard duty on a hut at the northwestern end of the base. We were told that there was highly top secret material in the Quonset hut. We were not supposed to go inside and not to look in any windows. We were to guard the place and let no one in or out that did not have proper identification. We were not supposed to let anyone near the place, up to 100-foot perimeter around it. The Quonset hut was near the lake, and it was the officers' territory. It was the older part of the base where they had used a lot of the dorms for officers who had their families there. There were warehouses in and around that area. This one night, I was the officer of the guard. I was given a letter by a messenger that I was supposed to give to the OD, officer on duty. It was for his eyes only, and it was a sealed envelope. I was to get a signed receipt from him. The receipt was on the front of the envelope. To do this, I had to go inside. I had to call and tell them what I was doing, and the officer was busy at the time, so I decided that I was to be allowed inside the building to his office, have him sign the receipt, then turn around and walk out. Now, this was highly unusual. Normally, they would come to the door and sign the receipt, and I would get inside, but that night the OD was busy. They let me in through a sliding door, a nice large metal door. I walked inside and was stopped to sign in. I was escorted down the hallway about 20 feet by 3 burly SPs. I took a turn to the right for about 5 feet, went down another hallway about 8 feet, took a turn to the left for about another 5 feet, walked out into a warehousing area where I saw a strange craft off to my left. I was told to walk on, get my signed receipt, turn around, and leave. I was told not to pay any attention to what was going on around me. As I went to the doorway where the OD was, I saw a very highly unusual craft over to my left. The craft was possibly 30 to 35 feet long, about 12 to 15 feet at its thickest part. Then it tapered off in the front to a teardrop shape. I only caught it at an angular view. It looked like it did not have any seams to it. It had a bluish tint, but that was only if you looked at it for a few seconds. If you looked at it and turned your eyes away real quick, all you saw were white lights. But as long as you stared at it, it took on a bluish appearance, a light bluish appearance. It was sitting on a pedestal or frame made out of 4x4 wooden blocks. It was held up by crossbeams underneath it, and it was sitting about a foot or two off the floor. At that time, I had turned and walked into the office where the OD was sitting. There were several people in there. Nobody was talking. Nobody was doing anything. Everybody was watching me. They seemed nervous. I laid the envelope on the desk, did a quarter of a turn to my left so I could not see what was in the envelope. I was scared that I might see something that I wasn't supposed to. At this time, I had very good view about halfway from the craft to the tail section. The whole craft tapered back to a very high edge. It looked as if it had a razor edge, a razor sharp edge. The bottom went about 3/4 the length of the craft and then angled sharply upward. I was then ordered by the officer on duty to take the receipt, which meant I had to turn back and face him. The envelope had disappeared and I don't know where it went. I was told to take my receipt and leave and not to say anything to anybody about what I had seen. I turned around to my left. As I did, I got a full scan of what the craft was, and then I did a very quick about face and was escorted out. I finished my shift as outside duty officer, and that's all. I turned the receipt into the officer of the deck in the morning. I then slept till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that was that. About 2 months later, I went to San Diego to put some missiles in a sub, and I was talking to one of the guys who was on a destroyer, and it seemed as though they had tangled with some unidentified craft. He didn't know what it was. They brought it down in the Pacific. In about 350 feet of water. The reason that nobody could tell if it was a craft or not is that it didn't look like anything that he had seen before. He sketched it to me. I was in a bar with him at the time and we had a few beers. So I took the story with a grain of salt until I saw the sketch of what the craft looked like. It was the exact copy of the same craft I had seen in Chicago. This happened right around the time I was getting out of boot camp, which would have put it around June of '73 that the craft was shot down. It as brought from San Diego by rail to Chicago. I guess it was brought. There's a W missing. It was brought from San Diego by rail to Chicago, where it was worked on. I think one of the reasons that they had to get it out of that area was due to the large amount of publicity that it got. A destroyer does not shoot on an aircraft without drawing some publicity. We should look that up. Destroyer shooting, 1973. They shot it down with a surface-to-air missile, according to what the sailor said. They hit the craft, but didn't destroy it. According to him, they didn't even dent it. But it sent up a concussion that the craft or whatever was inside of it was destroyed or hurt or whatever. I don't know. He didn't say. He did say that they were able to pull some sort of life form from out of it. That's all I heard from him. He did tell me that Glomar Explorer was used to extract the craft from 350 feet of water, and that the ship was a naval destroyer escort. Destination of the vessel was Hawaii at the time of the incident. It's gonna be. Now I'm reading this for a reason, and there's a lot more in this book. It's going to be people like this that are talking about their accounts, meeting behind closed doors with Congress to try to get any documents, any data, any radar, any information based on their accounts to tie it with classified documentation that they could release to the public to correlate their stories. That's what's coming. I can tell you that right now. I just can't say who. That's why I bought this book, because somebody said you must buy the book. Because what's in that book is a lot. Even Lou Elizondo mentioned in the hearing last week about the bashful nature of these UAPs on how they're doing recon, monitoring, assessment, surveillance over military sites, Department of Energy, R&D. It's been going on for decades. So they're going to be bringing, and I know for a fact that people are meeting behind closed doors. Very recent, as of last week and the week before, of potential witnesses to testify in future hearings. But they're gonna need to get the data, the documents, flight radar, any information on if certain things are classified to an extent. I'm telling you, there's a lot of difficulty with Congress trying to get access to documents in SCIFs. They, like Nancy May said, the problem is overclassification. That is the problem, overclassification. To try to even get your hands on it. That's why Tim Burchett is going directly to President Trump. The letter I read earlier about transparency. They're having a lot of difficulty. Trust me. I'm sure Tim Burchett has already mentioned his frustration not getting access to a SCIF to see certain things. Because he may not have the classification to see those things in a SCIF. I cannot tell you what I know, but I'm telling you that there are definite meetings going on behind closed doors with military personnel, direct witnesses. And you're going to hear news about that in the next few weeks. I know for a fact. And I was like, holy shit. When I read the email, I was like, I told Stephen Bassett right away, Steve. And he was like, what? If this is true, this is big. I said, get on the phone. Find out yourself. That's what I'm telling you. And he did. We just, I don't know. I don't know if Steve, and I'm sure I have a very, very important pre-record to do Monday. And this show will air on Tuesday. I suggest you watch it. How's that? I really suggest you watch the show on KGRA Tuesday night at 8 o'clock because I'm doing the recording Monday. This is gonna be a big one. This is gonna make waves. Depending on how much the guest says. I'm excited. I'm doing the pre-record. I mean, I wish I could jump on the show with them. I will. Just remember, it's 8 o'clock Eastern. Well, it won't be live. It'll be airing Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. You can go on Rumble. Just search KGRA-DB. You can go on X at Global Radio Live. I would say those two are guaranteed. Facebook's been acting weird with us because of the police shows. I don't know why. It's got me pissed off, actually. Don't get me started with that. But I'm telling you, when I saw that email, I was like, Toby was there. It all happened at the same time when we were interviewing Stephen Bassett. And it was freaking like exciting. It's like you're in the middle of some seriously breaking news and you can't talk about it. That's like Toby and I knew and held on to information for over a year that we knew. Until somebody else wrote an article referring to something. Then we said, okay, we can kind of talk about it. There, I'm telling you. So Tom Reed even said it on the phone call. I was on the air. He knew I was live on a stream. It was a sphere that they believe that it's got hydrogen in it. And they're trying to figure out how it works. And we have it. We just don't know how it, we can't figure it out right now. How this thing is operating. It's in the possession. This is the talk. Tom Reed mentioned it. I said, Tom, we're live. Be careful what you say. And he said it. But I told him, stop. Don't say more. Because you can get people in trouble. Seriously. You've got to be careful. This is going to be big. Potentially. Now, the person wasn't sitting in the front row because Stephen Best said, no, he was sitting in front of me. Because that's what I had heard. The guy was sitting in the front row. No, he wasn't sitting in the front row. He was sitting in front of Stephen Bassett. This Bassett said to us, no. He was sitting right in front of me at the hearing. I'm excited. And you know me, I try to stay grounded as much as possible. I am telling you, I think the next 4 years under President Trump are going to be freaking amazingly interesting. Yeah, all the policy stuff, I get it. But the UAP area might get interesting under Trump. I'm telling you, I'm hearing all kinds of stuff. And wouldn't that be something? The disclosure president. Remember, I'm saying this now. Because if the shit comes true, you're going to remember that. You're not going to believe it maybe now. I necessarily don't believe it. Yes, you're right. It's not the front guys. The front guys are like the obvious ones. It's the other guys. You're right. You're right about that. You are right about that. It's the other ones sitting in the audience. Yes, absolutely. You got that right. People don't realize the ramifications. I really don't think they understand if historically, forever, for humankind moving forward, President Trump will be remembered for the rest of the existence of humanity if he is the disclosure president. He could do so many different things in his political career. But which one do you think is going to stand out at the top of the list if he reveals the existence evidence that we're not alone? that changes everything forever. And he would be the one to do it. And he will be remembered throughout time, space, all across the world. Global effect. It affects everyone. How other countries respond? Would they respond? How do they respond? Would be freaking interesting in itself. But can you imagine? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm telling you, it could. I've never said this about any other administration. I've never talked about any of them like this. And it's for a reason. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. I showed the letter that Burchett wrote to President Trump. It was written on the 19th, Tuesday. Exactly, Dusty. Exactly. Exactly what you wrote. Dusty wrote, he's got nothing to lose. The man is older. He's lived his life. He's doing his second term. And he doesn't have to worry about a re-election. He could just let it fly. Let it all go. And he's putting the people in place to do so. Hold on. Get your popcorn. Get your refreshments. Because this is about to get interesting. You know me, I'm independent. I go off on Trump, I go off on Biden, I go off on all of them. So everybody hates me. But right now, I'm all supportive of Trump. For obvious reasons, but this one. I'm telling you, I can't wait to see what happens, if anything happens at all. Now, he may get pressured that he can't they might just tell him, you can't do this. But when does Trump listen to anybody? You telling me I can't do this? That might have a backfired effect. You're telling me I can't do this? Do you think Trump likes to be told that he can't do something if he wants to do something? That'll backfire. Just on that basis alone, he said, screw you, I'm doing this. Because that's Trump's character. By telling him not to do it, it might have the reverse effect, that he will do it. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait. January 21st. Forget about the 20th. Not even. It might take till February. I am writing him right away. I'll wait a week. I am definitely writing the White House correspondence within a week while he's in office. Oh, I'm going to write a heck of a letter. Oh, for sure. I wrote 4 times the last time. Did I write Biden? Not once. I wrote them 4 times. And I wish I had the email. You should have seen the beautiful letter they wrote me back on the 4th one. It was personal. I was like, this is not an evergreen. This is not because the first 3 I got back were evergreen. They look similar, but not that last one. The last one was more personal. Even mentioned me by my whole name, got into details. I was like, oh my God. Who wrote this one? It wasn't him. But this one took some thought. And I'm going to make it known. Not necessarily remember me, but I've written to you when you were in your past administration, and I brought up certain issues. And I want to thank you for the responses I received. and I'm going to be very polite, very respectful, but I'm going to address UAP. I am definitely going to bring it up to him. And I know, I'm going to say, I know you have your focuses on, your prioritized focus on immigration, foreign policy, you know, the economy, the whole deal. I'm gonna write this well. I'm gonna take my time, but I'm going to make my point. And I'm gonna not read it to any of you. I'm gonna send it. And then when I get a reply, if I get a reply, then we're gonna go over it. There is a petition out already. Somebody started a petition already. Somebody's already has a petition, but I don't know if it's half-assed, just like some stupid thing. I agree, Dusty, with everything you're saying. But I'm definitely going to write it out well. I'm going to take my time with this one. Not like I wrote my other ones bad. Like I said, the first one, it was the first one. Talking about the crime and bringing ICE, FBI, ATF, local, state, everybody in to get rid of these gangs off the streets. The best thing. It's just that, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. These liberal, big city people that are in charge don't want to look bad in the demographically in the neighborhoods that need to be targeted. That's just a fact. I lived in the Bronx. I know. I lived in the city majority of my life. I know. But it's true. You can't go against the facts. And that's the best thing that he did. And I wish he would have done it, and he tried, but they denied him to come in. Oh, we don't want your help. We don't need your help. Oh, shit. Bullshit. But that's just the policy. I think it's a no-brainer, but that's just me. Bring every asset possible to get these fuckers off the street, period. And I'm not just talking about like the ICE dealing with MS-13, or I'm talking about all of them. And that night, on I'll never forget, Sean Hannity's town hall, he brought up some of the things that I mentioned in my freaking letter. So I know his aides are reading stuff to him that comes in. I know it. That's why I make it short and sweet, to the point, not drawn out and long, where it's going to take forever to read something. And then when I wrote about the dependency of pharmaceutical, medicinal-based plant materials that we use to make our medicines, and even the ones that are imported, coming mostly from India and China. A few weeks later, there's a deal with Kodak to start developing those same things here. I was like, is that a coincidence? Was that me? Did that come to his attention? Then he made like a $600 million deal with Kodak. Fact. So it may have nothing to do with me, but what I said did eventually become policy. So I was hitting the right areas. You know, I was on point with the things that I was talking about in my letters. It wasn't off some silly, stupid tangent. It actually, one of them became a policy. So I was pretty on the money on my idea. Now, it could have been in the works for God knows how long, but at least I was on the right track. And they were thinking the same thing. So I wasn't off. So I definitely want to keep writing. Because right now, I'm batting 1,000. And I'm going to I'm definitely gonna do it, and we'll see. But I'm guaranteeing that I'm gonna do it. Now, when you go to the White House Correspondence, you got to fill out all the information who you are. They know who you are. There's a lot to fill out there. Everything. Have you ever gone to the White House Correspondence? WhiteHouse.gov? Oh, I'm not going to do it now, obviously. It's WhiteHouse.gov. I don't even know if he's got one. Biden. Text the president? What? Oh, this is horrible. Let me look up White House Correspondence, because that was bad. Here it is. Here it is. I gotta bookmark this. It should be pretty much the same under the next administration. So when you do it, yes, this is it. This is what it looks like. This is what you gotta fill out. Address. You know, pretty much your basic information. And then you send. It's that simple. It's not hard. Your name, phone number, email, address. You know what I'm saying? So I'm bookmarking this because it's the same. It looks exactly the same when President Trump was in office. So there you go. Try it. Do it. Be proactive. I suggest people do. I've done it. Just be very respectful. Even if there's something you want to complain about, be respectful about it. I mean, you are addressing the United States president, because that's what you're addressing. Comments to opinions to the president. So don't do anything stupid. You know, there are people out there that just don't think. You know, that goes without saying. That's a nice Aurora, but I'm exhausted and I got to pre-record at 11 o'clock in the morning. I did this whole shit today. It took 4 hours. Setting this whole living room over with the PA system. I'm exhausted. I need to go to bed. I'm probably going to stream tomorrow night. Tomorrow I got a hell of a day. Maybe in the afternoon. I got to pre-record in the morning, then I got to go meet my neighbor, and we got to go to Home Depot together to buy all the paint supplies when I do that house over next door. Next week, I got to start the project. But so tomorrow afternoon, probably. I'm going to bed too, and I'm exhausted. I did this today, Dusty. Oh, it took me 4 hours, and I'm hurting. I put a PA system. I removed the speakers, had to clean everything. Rewire stuff. I cleaned my TV. I cleaned everything. But I took all these giant speakers I had there with the receiver, and I put a PA system over here now. Oh, man, we need to make the camera bigger. It took me 4 hours. It was a disaster. The place was a mess. It was horrific, actually. But now it looks awesome. If I can turn the camera. I gotta tighten it first. There we go. Let's go that way. See the PA system now? And I had to take the speakers out, everything, the other speakers. So I put that PA system in now. Where's Tycho? He's, oh, look at him. He's out. He is out. So I did that today. And what used to be there was these big ass speakers here. And those. And that receiver. So can you imagine what I went through today here? It was nuts. I'm exhausted from it. Oh, I hate this. I really hate this. I do this all the time with the camera. That's why I don't like taking it off. And I can't get up there. Oh. I keep forgetting how to put this on right. It's a clip, but I always do it wrong. Oh, that's why, because I gotta go around this way. I got the clip backwards. I gotta tighten it like this. That's why. That's better. Oh! 4 hours gutting that area, moving furniture, taking the shit out, rewiring stuff, putting the new stuff, moving all this stuff. It was insane. So I'm going to bed. Like now. For real. Anyway, Dusty, have a great night. Be safe at work. Anybody else who may be up and watching, have a great night, great morning. Be well, be blessed, be safe. See everybody tomorrow.